Samsaradavat Naranithaloka Pranaya Karunya Pranadhanatvam Samsaradavat Rakasya Kayana Gunarnavadya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Rakasya Kayana Gunarnavadya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Mahaprabhurti Kananritya Gita Bhavitramadya Manasurasena Mahaprabhurti Kananritya Gita Bhavitramadya Manasurasena Ramanshakam Shrutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Ramanshakam Shrutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Shri Vigrahara Anityana Shringartan Mandira Madhyanaja Tasya Bhaktam Shaniyam Jatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Tasya Bhaktam Shaniyam Jatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Asurvitha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Shabdana Tirtha Hari Bhakta Sangha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Shabdana Tirtha Hari Bhakta Sangha Kritvaiva Kritye Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Shri Radhikama Abhayavapara Madhurya Leela Gunarupana Radhikama Abhayavapara Madhurya Leela Gunarupana Vande Guru Shri Daksha Dati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Sakshat Haritena Samasta Shastre Uktakatha Bhavyachare Vasati Yasya prasada Bhagavat prasada Yasya prasada Nagati kotopi Yasya prasada Bhagavat prasada Yasya prasada Nagati kotopi Jaya Govardhana Jaya Shanti Jaya Bhante Guru Namaro Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashtya Prabhu Nityananda Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Nanda Kori Vaishnava Nagi, Charya, His Divine Grace, Prabhupada ki. Praise to the whole Jai Shri Krishna, Chaitanya, Nanda Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakti ki, Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopita Shyam Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana ki, Guruvaya Gangabai ki, Shri Ram Ram ki, Shri Bhakona Bhujit Dam Dam ki, Samavela Bhakti ki, glory is the symbol of Bodhi. Oh, glory is the symbol of Bodhi. Oh, glory is the symbol of Bodhi. Oh, glory is the Shri Shri Guru Gaura.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
breakfast and we'll clean the temple thoroughly this morning and be having a feast after that lunch.
Krishna, Reading from the Srimad. Lord Caitanya recommends that simply by glorifying the Lord's holy name, a tremendous change in heart will take place, by which the complete misunderstanding between the human nations created by politicians can at once be extinguished. And after the extinction of the fire of misunderstanding, other prophets will follow. Srimad Bhagavatam 2:4-18. Glorified King.
Let us now offer our respectful obeisances and the place of the ladies of the Lord, religious trees. Take a fulfilled desire for the entities, and they are full of compassion and are all full
Krishna Ram.
Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Prabhupada ki Shri Guru Charana Padma Devara Bhagavati Sata
Hare
Thanks, Lord Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinath Shri Mukund Radha Kundi Govardhana Ki Shri Radha Ki Radha Ki Ramai Ki Ramai Ki Shri Tulasi Devi Ki Shri Bhakti Devi Ki Samavera Bhakta Vrinda Ki Radha Govinda Om Siddha Samudra Om Siddha Samudra Om Siddha Shri
makes me glorified by not being blessed form. It is my holy way to do anything and everything. There is always my worshipful Lord and mission for Krishna.
Jaya
One, two.
Okay.
1, 2. Nishima Vesha Prabhu Bhakti Gadalana.
Nishima Vesha Prabhu Bhakti Gadalana.
Pashandi Marite Yaya Nagare Daya. Nishimha Aveshe Prabhu Hate Gadalana. Pashandi Marite Yaya Nagare Daya. Nishimha Aveshe Prabhu Hate Gadalana. Pashandi Marite Yaya Nagare Daya. Nishrima Aveshe. In the ecstatic mood of Lord Nrsimha, Prabhu, the Lord, Hate, in his hand, Gada, club, Lana, taking, Pashandi, the atheists, Marite, to kill, Yaya, goes, Nagare, in the city, Daya, running. We're reading this section of the Caitanya Caritamrita. It's entitled Pastimes of the Lord in His Youth. So there's a summary of different pastimes, and different things are mentioned that are not mentioned in the Caitanya Bhagavat, mentioned in more detail. So these things happened, they were recorded, and we see Lord Caitanya, this verse says, in the mood of Lord Nrsimhadev, Lord Caitanya ran through the city streets, club in hand, ready to kill all the atheists. Can somebody tell me at this stage, have the devotees realized that Lord Caitanya is Krishna? That he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Suddenly, out of the middle, out of the blue. Okay, it's just pastimes of in the youth. So here, Lord Caitanya is manifesting the mood of Lord Nrsimha. Text 93. Nrsimha aveshe deki maya tejo maya patachari bhage lakha panabadabaya. Seeing him appearing very fierce in the ecstasy of Lord Nrsimha, people ran from the street and fled here and there, afraid of his anger. Lord Nrsimhadev is known as a wrath supreme. The Lord displaying his anger. Anger is another one of the emotions, and the Lord, he engages in that emotion to the max. Text number 94. Loka baya deki prabhu rabaya ha'ila shivaskrihete giya gadhe pelaila. Seeing the people so afraid, the Lord came to his external senses and thus returned to the house of Srivastaka and threw away the club. Shiva se kahene prabhu kariya vishada loka baya paya mora haya aparada. The Lord became morose and said to Srivastaka, when I adopted the mood of Lord Nrsimhadev, people were greatly afraid. Therefore I stopped, since causing fear among people is an offence. Lord Chaitanya is playing the part of a devotee, and Krishna as a person, he engages in human-like pastimes. So Lord Chaitanya here is feeling morose. He's concerned. He upset the people because they were afraid. His devotee, Srivas Thakur, responds accordingly to a close associate and a support of the Lord. Srivas Balena Ye Tomara Namalaya Tarakoti Aparada Sabahayakshaya. Srivas Thakur replied, anyone who takes your holy name vanquishes 10 million of his offences immediately. It's actually said that if one chants the holy name once, that will purify one of more sins than one is capable of committing. So here it's another benediction. Vanquishes 10 millions of his offences immediately. Aparada nahi kaila lokira nishtara yetomade kila tara kutila samsara. There was no offence in your appearing as Nrsimhadev. Rather, any man who saw you in that mood was immediately liberated from the bondage of material existence. Just like when we have the Rath Yatra festival and Lord Jagannath is on the chariot, anybody who stands up is immediately liberated. Anybody who just follows along, anybody who touches the rope, they get incredible benedictions. Eta bali Shivas karila sevana tushtahana prabhu aila apana bhavana. After saying this, Srivas Thakur worshipped the Lord, who was then greatly satisfied and returned to his own home. An interesting side point, that Srivas Thakur, you go to in Mayapur, the house of Srivas Angam. On the altar, Srivas is worshipping Lord Nrsimhadev. And once he was engaged in worshipping Lord Nrsimhadev, and Lord Chaitanya came and said, I'm here, and Srivas was absorbed in worshipping Lord Nrsimha, and so Lord Chaitanya, he broke down the door in order to get Srivas to pay him attention. He was already paying him attention to Lord Nrsimha, but he was also, as Lord Chaitanya, there personally present. Aradine Shiva Bhakta Shiva Guna Gaya Prabhura Angane Nache Damaru Bhajaya. And on another day, a great devotee of Lord Shiva, chanting of Lord Shiva's qualities, came to Lord Chaitanya's house, where he began dancing in the courtyard and playing his damaru, a musical instrument. The damaru, is that the little two-headed drum? Yeah, Lord Shiva plays that when he dances at the destruction of the universe. So his devotees, they imitate, they take on the qualities of their worshipful Lord. Just like devotees used to wear the Prabhupada hat. Prabhupada was wearing a particular hat, then the devotees, they took, this is the Prabhupada hat. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. You cannot imitate everything, but just nice things. Text 100. Mahesha Avesha Haila Sachiram Nandana Taraskande Chari Nritya Kaila Bahukshana. Translation and purport. Then Lord Chaitanya, adopting the mood of Lord Shiva, got on the man's shoulders, and thus they danced together for a long time. Yeah, kids like to be up on the parents' shoulders and dancing like that, so I guess a friendly relationship there. Purport. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu adopted the mood of Lord Shiva, for he is Shiva also. According to the philosophy of Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva, Lord Shiva is not different from Lord Vishnu, but still Lord Shiva is not Lord Vishnu, just as yogurt is nothing but milk and yet is not milk nevertheless. One cannot get the benefit of milk by drinking yogurt. Similarly, one cannot get salvation by worshipping Lord Shiva. If one wants salvation, one must worship Lord Vishnu. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, text 4, Matstaini Sarvabhutani Nachaham Teshvavastutaha. Everything is resting on the Lord, for everything is his potential energy, yet he is not everywhere. Lord Chaitanya's adopting the mood of Lord Shiva is not extraordinary, but one should not therefore think that by worshipping Lord Shiva he is worshipping Lord Chaitanya. That would be a mistake. Lord Shiva is often glorified as Bhagavan, as the Shiva Purana. His followers regard him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he's part of Lord Chaitanya. We're all part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. We have a particular role to play. Lord Shiva has a particular role, a particular mood, and Lord Chaitanya can adopt that mood in order to reciprocate with the devotee. Lord Shiva is known as Shiva, auspicious, Ashutosh, easily pleased, different things like that. So those are qualities of Krishna, and Lord Shiva is manifesting himself. But here in the purport it said that you cannot get the same benefit of drinking milk by drinking yogurt. But on the other hand, if you drink too much milk, then you take another milk product, yogurt, and that will help to cure you of the stomach problem. I'm going to read on because there's another interesting verse coming up which I really want to talk about. Text 101. Aradina eka bhikshuka aila magite prabhura nritya deki nritya lagila karite. On another day, a mendicant came to beg alms from the Lord's house. When he saw the Lord dancing, he also began to dance. In the word for word, the word for beggar is bhikshuka. When you go knocking door to door, it's called you're going to collect bhikshu. And here we have a donation box. It's called a hundi. Different words here which will represent and present a particular mood. So he's a beggar, but we hear later on in the purport that beggars can be offered respect as well. If they're proper beggars, if they're qualified beggars. Prabhupada would train up the beggars. You're not supposed to jump up and harass people. Just sit there and be peaceful and accept what comes. A bona fide beggar, because there's also pseudo-beggars. Text 102. Prabhu sange nrityakare parama ulase Prabhu tare prema dila prema rase base. He danced with the Lord because he was favored by love of Krishna. Thus he flowed in the mellowness of love of Godhead. Just because he came to knock on the door of the Lord's house, it was the Lord, and he got the benediction, he was able to dance with the Lord. So beggars, unpretentious, they can receive unlimited blessings beyond what they were expecting, depending on where and when they go. It's a position that devotees adopt, and it's a training ground. Even like the Salvation Army, now they're collecting billions and lots of money with their big appeals, but they still recommend that all of their members go out on the street and go different places and meet people and beg, request them. Text 103. Aradine Jyotisha Savagya Eka Aila Tahare Samana Kari Prabhu Prashna Kaila. On another day, an astrologer came who was supposed to know everything, past, present, and future. Thus Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received him with all honor and put this question before him. Purport. Brahmanas generally used to become astrologers, Ayurvedic physicians, teachers and priests. Although highly learned and respectable, such brahmanas went from door to door to distribute their knowledge. A brahmana would first go to a householder's home to give information about the functions to be performed on a particular tithi or date. But if there was sickness in the family members would consult the brahmana as a physician, and the brahmana would give instruction and some medicine. Often, since the brahmanas were expert in astrology, people would also be greatly inquisitive about their past, present, and future. Although the brahmana appeared at Lord Chaitanya's house as a beggar, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received him with great respect because he was a qualified brahmana who knew the astrological science perfectly. Although brahmanas would go door to door just like beggars, they were honoured as very respectable guests. This was a system in Hindu society 500 years ago, during the time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This system was current even 100 years ago, Even 50 or 60 years ago, when we were children, such brahmanas would visit householders like humble beggars, and people would derive great benefit from the mercy of such brahmanas. The greatest benefit was that a householder could save a great deal of money from being spent on doctor's bills, because the brahmana, aside from explaining the past, present and future, could ordinarily cure all kinds of diseases simply by giving instructions and some medicine. Thus no one was bereft of the benefit of a first-class physician, astrologer and priest. The important members of ISKCON should give careful attention to our Dallas school, where children are being taught Sanskrit and English to become perfect brahmanas. If they are actually trained as perfect brahmanas, they can save society from rogues and ruffians. Indeed, people can live happily under the protection of qualified brahmanas. Therefore, Bhagavad Gita 4.13 gives special stress to the division of society, Chaturvanyam maya srishtam guna kama vibhagasaha. Unfortunately, some people are now claiming to be brahmanas simply by birthright with no qualifications. Therefore, the entire society is in chaos. I was born in the darkest of ignorance. My spiritual master forced my eyes open with the torchlight of transcendental knowledge. Therefore, I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. So I move forward in the scheme of verses in order to get to this verse. It very much appealed to me. In Mayapur we were studying in what's it called, Rupanuga Vidyapit, a school of knowledge, of disseminating transcendental knowledge and systematic knowledge of the scriptures. And we heard a lot about different types of activities according to the different varnas. So Prabhupada, he glorifies the brahmanas here, and he describes the activities, the characteristics, the mood of the brahmanas. And as I said before about the mendicant collecting bhikshu, one of the moods of the brahmanas is that they have knowledge, and rather than trying to hide that knowledge or contain that knowledge, previously the caste system, which is a distortion of the original Varnashram system, was saying that unless you're born in a family of brahmanas, you don't have access to the Vedas. It was trying to monopolize that knowledge that you have to be born. And sometimes the devotees would be in India, and they would visit a temple. One time they visited a temple, and the priest, he noticed them, and he spoke to them. He said, because they were quite Westerners, they were interested in the deity worship, and they said to these devotees that if you come to the temple and you perform this seva, you become involved, maybe in your next life you can take birth in the family of brahmanas. You can be given access due to birth. So the devotees went back and they saw Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada, he heard what they said, and he said, "What did you say back to them?" And they said, "Nothing." Prabhupada said, "You should have told them, if you come and associate with us and join the Sankirtan movement, or if you appreciate what we're doing, then maybe in your next life you'll be able to take birth in the West and join the Sankirtan movement," indicating that the devotees who are worshipping, those people who are worshipping the Lord, who are glorifying the Lord's name, then they automatically should attain the qualities of the brahmanas. Higher than the brahmanas, there's learned brahmanas, and then there's self-realized brahmanas, and there's brahmanas or devotees who are in that mode with clear vision, who are chanting the names of the Lord, who are surrendered to engaging in service to the Supreme Lord. Because the brahmanas can just be caught up in stockpiling their knowledge and getting some name, fame and glory, prestige like that. Just to get enough money, they sometimes show the deities just to enough in order to collect donations, in order to fill their belly, to get chapatis. And so the Prabhupada is indicating in the second part of the purport that the degradation of that culture can be overturned by properly training the devotees. Prabhupada says, the important members of ISKCON should give careful attention to our Dallas school, where children are being taught Sanskrit and English to become perfect Brahmanas. The first part of the purport describes some of the benefits of Brahmanas within society. You save a lot of money if a Brahmana comes and visits your house, because your Brahmana, if you ask the right questions and if you are giving proper respect, Brahminical culture means that if somebody comes to your house, they're accorded all of the respect of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They're looked after. They're not, even if you're considering they might be suspicious or they might be an enemy, you should still greet them nicely. It's called Atiti Bhagavan Seva. The proper mood when you greet an unexpected guest. And when a Brahmana is offered that respect, although he's a beggar, coming to the door, have you got these books? Do you want to join our movement? No, go away. Then rather than being given a hostile reception, if they are invited into the house, then they can provide, or they will automatically give benedictions, and your house will be blessed, will be changed. Practical advice here is offered that the Brahmanas, they would go and they would give firstly an indication of past, present and future. They were expert in astrology. They could just off the top of their head understand the situation. Another functional quality of these learned sages is they could just read the signs. There's an art called physiognomy, where if you just look at a person's face, you can understand so many things about them. Their nature, where they've come from, which season of the year they were conceived, etc., etc. What are the ailments that are there? What are the things which are slowing them down? When great souls are born, then the astrologer comes and he can predict the future. Oh, here is a great soul, and actually when they will do their calculations, they can say, oh, actually, in your previous life, he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now he's coming to give further benedictions. So astrologers are very valuable if they know their business properly. Srila Prabhupada, when he was going towards the end of his pastimes here, he was consulting different astrologers, and day by day, this is going to be a good day, this is not going to be a good day, be careful here, if you survive this, then you're going to live for a long time. Sometimes after a while he got sick and tired of just relying upon the astrologers, indicating to us that we shouldn't base our lives on some astrological guidance. There's qualified astrologers, there's astrologers who are engaged in describing. The first thing that they were supposed to do was to come and give an auspicious time to perform a function. That was just based on analysing the position of the planets and the stars. This is an auspicious muhurta. Then you can do this sort of thing. You can cut your fingernails, you can shave, you can cut your hair. This is the best time to do that. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, I understood, because he was an expert in astrology before, and he gave that science up. He would, and all of his followers would shave and cut their hair and cut their beard and do their fingernails on a Monday or Tuesday. That was the standard best time. In Mayapur, we had a very good astrologer. His name was Devarishi. And one of the devotees was going through a tough time. He was preparing to leave his body. So this astrologer would come daily, and after making his calculations, he would say, today there's an auspicious time when you can leave your body. Go, go. And he came and said quite a few times. But there were other factors involved and it was dependent upon the mercy that he was receiving from his meditation. Eventually, in the association of devotees surrounded by kirtan, he found a most auspicious time to leave. So also this astrologer, we learned from him in Mayapur that there's the calculation part of astrology, then there's predictive, where you can predict these things say such and such and such and such and such and such could happen. Astrologer may see that, well, in order for you to be happy in your family life, you will have to get married 3 times. So in India, and I'm not sure whether it's just in Bengal, but in order to achieve maximal auspiciousness, sometimes the astrologer will recommend, because there's measures, counteractive measures. You get a gem, you do chant mantras. So if you're going to get married 3 times before you become happy, they will say, well, you should marry a banana tree. You cut down a banana tree and you go through a whole ceremony with the banana tree. That constitutes one marriage. And then another marriage, and then the third marriage, that comes up quickly, like our... Yeah, sometimes you get a dud, but if you persist, then eventually you get the right situation. But Deva Rishi in Mayapur, with the predictive astrology, he decided to put that on the back burner. He wasn't going to do the predictive astrology because it was too unpredictable. Because there's different factors, like somebody, you can see in their chart that some big disaster is going to happen. But in order to keep them encouraged, you have to, Brahminical culture, you have to speak the right things at the right time. Let them become aware. Because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can't insist, you can't force them to do things. And we had many people in Mayapur, they were asking, can you tell us about the process of construction or process? And we would lay out this is our experience, and they would take it away, and they wouldn't take notice of half of it. Then we said, you have to learn for yourself. Learn by mistakes. Another function of the Brahmanas, as described in the first part of the purport, is the medical knowledge. Some Brahmanas become physicians, and Prabhupada also, towards the end of his pastimes, he was consulting good Ayurvedic physicians. They were considered to be better if they were more Brahminically inclined, and the Ayurvedic physicians, they would have the best effect if they were not only gathering the ingredients for the medicine and putting them together, but if they were also engaged in chanting mantra. If they were in the process of preparation, the subtle energies of the medicine has to be involved. And so some of the medicines that Prabhupada was taking were prepared by Ayurvedic Kavirajas who were chanting hundreds of rounds of Hare Krishna mantra a day, and they were the most efficacious. So the Brahmana has access to those mantras. We had a very nice Ayurvedic physician in Calcutta, and he was saying that there are medicines for healing and changing and curing the ailments on a physical level. There's also more subtle medicines, the medicines for the mind and the intelligence, to alter those things, to correct an imbalance in those areas. One sentence here, Prabhupada says that they were able to cure by the family members. But if there was sickness, the family members would consult the Brahmana's physician, and the Brahmana would give instructions and some medicine. But they were able to cure. The greatest benefit would save money, and could ordinarily cure all kinds of diseases simply by giving instructions and some medicine. Some simple medicine can change you. You're struggling. You're wondering, well, why is things not going wrong? Because you're eating the wrong way. Because you're not taking things to improve your digestion. There's a couple of devotees of Lord Caitanya, Raghava Pandit and his sister Dhanishta. They used to everybody wanted to invite the Lord and feed Lord Chaitanya very much, in big capacity. He had a big appetite. Sometimes they would offer Dvaita Acharya. He invited Lord Chaitanya to his house, and he would get him to sit down, and then he would serve him, and then he would serve him more, and after a while Lord Chaitanya would say, I don't want to eat such opulent food stuff. I can't digest it. I'm a sannyasi. You're going to affect my sannyas vows. And the Dvaita Acharya would reply, what are you talking about? In your incarnation as Lord Jagannath in Jagannath Puri, you eat 56 times a day. What are you talking? Just sit down. Just accept what I offer you. So Lord Chaitanya would sit and continue to eat, and then after a while he would desist. Lord Nityananda at the same feast, he would say, okay, I've been fasting for 3 days and you're offering me all this food stuff, but it's like just a morsel. I'm still hungry. What sort of a guest, what sort of a host are you? So there's many, and Caitanya Caritamrita is about 3/4 full of pastimes about preparing prasadam, accepting prasadam, honouring prasadam. So if it's done in the right way, we were travelling in Calcutta. We got on a bus and there was a devotee sitting in the seat in front of us. We met and greeted each other. And he said, we told him where we'd been, to the Ayurvedic physician. We needed to get some medicines. And he said, frankly, Prabhu, if you know how to cook and how to eat, food is your medicine. He was famous for Chaitanya Das, and I never knew the name of his wife. She was always Chaitanya Das's wife. So they were famous for hosting and feeding and looking after devotees. So the proper food, prepared in the proper mood, eaten at the proper time in the proper quantities. You can have the best quality of something, but if the quantity is wrong, and it's the wrong time, then that destroys the quality. So, and some ordinary, drink some water. Lord Chaitanya, he was having these big feasts, so sometimes Dhanishta and Raghava Pandit, they would bring a bag with hundreds of little preparations. Some of the preparations were digestive aids. All of the different herbs and ginger crushed up, and one of the items I understood was made from Ganges mud. A certain preparation, certain way of changing it, you can make it into a medicine. So the brahmanas, they would come to the house, and people would get benefit. They would save money on their doctors and their astrological bills, and after a while, after developing faith in the brahmanas, then they would start to inquire about spiritual life, because it was working. Not that the brahmanas are coming and just saying, well, I'll give you blessings, come here and we'll chant some mantras and we'll give you blessings, and you give us such and such bhikshu, such and such donation. And after a while you give them the money to get rid of them. So the properly qualified brahmanas, they were welcome in the house, and devotees would actually experience the benefit. We did a fire yajna at a householder's house in Victoria, and the devotees, the Indian family members, one of the members, he was an older gentleman, and he was a little bit more clued up on proper standard of the rituals, and so he followed along, and after the end of the sacrifice, the yajna, then the devotees, they had a kirtan, they were circumambulating the yajna pit, the fire. So this gentleman afterwards, he said, thank you, very, very nice yajna, lovely, thank you for coming, but can you tell me something? How is it that you devotees can just experience so much ecstasy, dancing in ecstasy, just by singing and dancing, chanting the holy names? So he could see that the elements were there, but he hadn't actually got access to the higher levels of the truth. He wanted to take the association of the devotees. So he was inquiring. He could see that devotees had something special. So on the element of training the children, training new devotees, we were in Mayapur and we were observing the inmates of the Gurukul, And we were very inspired. We like to see their simple lifestyle and their austerities and their learning, their nice reciprocation with each other. They were very respectful. The different children from different backgrounds, some had more Brahminical nature, some were more of the nature of Kshatriyas, some were more administrative, like the Vaishyas, some were more simple. But amongst them all, they had a lot of camaraderie, and they could understand. Prabhupada describes that the Brahminical culture, we have to understand, and we can all be trained in the culture, which is based on cleanliness, knowledge, and punctuality. But we also have to recognize the difference, the varnas and the ashrams, that different people, it's not just like a one-pot type of education. Not that everybody can spend hours just focused on worshipping the deity and chanting mantras, and not everybody's going to become a priest. There's 4 different areas of employment for the Brahmanas described here: astrologer, physician, teachers, and priests. The Brahmanas. So likewise with all of the other areas, there are the top class of the Kshatriyas and the top class of the Vaishyas. If they're engaged in teaching, then they're more like Brahminical, like Dronacharya. He was a Kshatriya, or he was a Brahmana, but he was engaged as a Kshatriya in the Battle of Kurukshetra. So you can perform different functions. So to give the children in the Gurukul, to give anybody who's coming along to get transcendental education, Prabhupada is recommending Sanskrit and English to become perfect Brahmanas. I was reading about Prabhupada's understanding of Sanskrit, and what we're getting trained. We're getting trained to develop an understanding of Sanskrit, because we recite the verses, and then we repeat them, and we can memorize them. To memorize verses is a part of this training, this education. One of the devotees, Prahladananda Swami, who can recite chapters, the whole Bhagavad Gita. Lord Chaitanya, he was able to recite the Bhagavad Gita. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, at the age of 7, he could recite all of the verses of the Bhagavad Gita and then explain them. So Prahladananda Swami, he gave a tip. The way to actually appreciate these Sanskrit verses is to understand the words that make it up. So you hear the words, we hear and we hear the English translation. So trained in Sanskrit and English. To be able to pronounce properly, Prabhupada would listen to some of his early disciples reciting mantras, and he would describe sometimes later he heard their butchered Sanskrit. It was but he also understood, because there's a discussion here. Prabhupada's talking with Dr. Patel. He mentioned a modern Rushi. Prabhupada says, what is that Rushi? Rushi. Oh, Prabhupada said, oh, Rishi. There can be slightly difference of pronunciation. And then Prabhupada goes on to say, it's like the Aryans. They say Krishna. Then others who say Krishna, and then there's also Krishna. But Prabhupada said that Krishna is Bhava Grahi Janardana. The Krishna, he understands all of the different expressions because he understands the mood. And even we understand that you can hear the people who are deaf and dumb. And if you hear them chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, it's you can't discern Krishna there. But they do make spiritual advancement. They're getting benefit because Krishna, he understands the attitude. He takes the mood, the sentiment that they're trying to chant Hare Krishna, and whatever their material facility allows them to do, then Krishna's name is present in their heart, on their lips. So Prahladananda Swami, he was saying that learn the meaning of the words, build up your vocabulary. In Mayapur we studied Sanskrit for 6 months, and the main thing we were supposed to do was to develop the vocabulary. Even there are, in just reading Prabhupada's books and understanding the philosophy, we need to have the terms to describe what we realize. There are people who are practicing so-called spiritual life, and they have a slogan, the more you know, the less you say. And if you direct them towards books which are full of all this information, they'll shun it and say, no, you don't need to rely upon books. They're just books. How can these books describe the nature of my realization? I'm so such and such. But in order to be able to transmit, to share, then we need to have the language. We need to have the understanding. We need to have the knowledge. We need to have the ability to describe the principles that we're coming to terms with. So to learn the Sanskrit and to learn the English and to understand how they are relevant and how they come from the absolute truth. Prabhupada also described that in 1949, India had the opportunity to institute Sanskrit as the language, but they chose Hindi instead. And Prabhupada, a couple of years later, he wrote to the people who were in charge and saying, no, Sanskrit would have been a better choice, because Sanskrit, it's a living language, and inherent in the Sanskrit is the Vedic culture. We had an example, a lesson, some experience like that. There was a class of students at a university, and they were learning classical Greek. And inherent in the Greek language, there was a culture there. Even they weren't taught about performing some of the rituals, they just developed a taste. So they asked their teacher, can you describe, can you show us, can you introduce us to this part of the culture, just by studying the language. So Sanskrit, inherent within the Sanskrit syllables and the Sanskrit vocabulary and the Sanskrit vernacular is the Vedic culture. So it's very valuable to introduce. So if the students are trained to have a taste for the Sanskrit and English, then to become perfect brahmanas, then these, Prabhupada says, if they are actually trained, they can save society from rogues and ruffians. Indeed, people can live happily under the protection of qualified brahmanas. Qualified brahmanas who understand the elements of the culture, have faith in the culture. There are verses, for one who has faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Spiritual Master, all the imports of the Vedas are automatically available. That faith and that knowledge, that understanding. Faith is also understood. There's different levels of faith: first-class faith, second-class faith, and third-class faith. They're based on knowledge, how much you actually understand. Faith is not just blind faith. It has to be faith with some substance. So to be able to understand all of these things, it's going to produce a group, a quality of individuals who will provide shelter for the mass of people who are just being misled and who don't have proper shelter. I understand that the devotees here, they're doing the Bhakti Shastri, gaining proper training and understanding, and it's a very wonderful foundation for association with other devotees. There are some temples when they start to introduce the Shastric studies and the systematic studies, then the congregation, they come up a notch. Instead of just coming to the temple to engage in social activities and just as a place for a picnic and family gathering, then they have some substance and they can discuss these concepts, these principles that they've been studying. Give some substance to their learning. I just wanted to touch on a little bit of a subject. We're starting to do Bhakti Shastri here, So this is from the Bhakti Siddhanta by Bhav. Prabhupada, he was trained in this school of education, this school of thinking. So it said, required reading for the eligibility test to enter the Bhakti Shastri course. Before you even begin the course, then you have to have read Chaitanya Charitamrita, Chaitanya Bhagavat, Bhakti Ratnakar, Jaiva Dharma, Chaitanya Shikshamrita, Satkriya Sara Deepika, and Gaudiya Kantahara. We have access to all of those books, so they give a foundation before you can actually start to study the Bhakti Shastri. And the Bhakti Shastri was based on Bhagavad Gita, Srimad, Nectar of Instruction, Nectar of Devotion, and Sri Upanishad. That's the Bhakti Shastri course that we're studying here. Then there's higher levels of these studies and exams. Here's just one examination paper. I haven't sat for the exams, but I understand they're quite elaborate here. So this is an examination paper provided for the Bhakti Shastri. Compose brief essays on the following subjects: Nam Bhajan and its topmost position. What's the topmost position of the holy name? Write an essay. And the exams, like for first initiation and second initiation, we offer exams, and you have 3 hours to complete the exam. So these exams, the time is 15 dundas. I calculated that 6 hours. You're supposed to be able to sit and go through an exam for 6 hours. Compose brief essays, the means to attain Krishna. And then there's, like from the Nectar of Instruction, the last section, it's quite a long essay topic. Brief essays. Okay, I won't spell all that out, but just the hierarchy of the Gyanis and the Bhaktas, and then the residents of Mathura, and then to Radhakund, and so it's quite an elaborate. But then to construct an essay, all of the followers of Bhaktisiddhanta were very exalted souls. Some were rascals, but most of them were exalted souls, and you can see the training that they went through and the procedures they followed. And if you have a qualified servant, then it glorifies the master very nicely. So you're properly looked after and properly trained is a good combination. So we observed this Gurukul in Mayapur, and we were asked, well, how can we actually get or experience what's being offered here? So we were offered 3 options: take birth in a family of devotees and get enlisted in the school, employ your intelligence, use your intelligence at the level you're at now, and intellectually understand the principles that are being developed. Can't remember what the third option was, but so we enrolled in the adult education course, and we got a crash course in the Vedic teachings, the Vedic understanding, and very grateful for that. Just have to try and continue to go deep and understand what Prabhupada is presenting in his books, so ultimately we can be a real qualified follower, servant of our spiritual master, and represent this culture. Oh, 8:30. Does anybody have any questions? It's nice to get involved and deal with these subject matters, but then there's another aspect of it, and that's being able to present it so it's digestible, so it's nice, so people want to take it. So it takes practice and experience and understand what your audience is interested in.
There's not so much a question, but there's this letter I read when I went to India early this year. You're talking about how Prabhupada recommended if you, even on top of an Ayurvedic doctor, a devotee or a brahmana. And so I think it's ISKCON, JP Wada, we went, and there's a letter, if you don't mind, can I read out? It was really nice. Not so much just for the point, but also just to hear about Prabhupada's letters. Another cool thing, this letter is signed off, like International Society for Krishna Consciousness, and it has the trustees' names on there, and there's about 10 names, and one of them is Michael Grant. It's so cool. We have Mukunda Maharaj, like a living piece of history here, just here. And it's addressed to Hari Bhakti Nudas, Delhi. It says, "Dear Hari Bhakti Nudas, I'm writing this letter from the hospital. All of a sudden I've developed some headache, as well as throbbing of the chest." 1 second. "When I rub my chest, I feel sensation in my left hand, and when I rub my hand, I feel sensation in my chest. My left hand no more works independently. I therefore ask you if there is any good Vedic physician in Mathura who can send me some medicines. That is, you purchase and send them by airmail to our temple, ISKCON 26 2nd Avenue, New York, New York. This symptom is predominantly when I get severe pain within my head, and the trembling of the left hand is coming every 10 or 15 minutes. I am afraid if this is not a disease like Lakya." You know what Lakya is? The boys are taking utmost care of me. There is no scarcity of care. But still, after all, this body is subject to death. I came here with a great mission to execute my spiritual master's order, but my heart is stabbing me. Of course, I'm not afraid of Maya. I know Maya cannot touch me. But still, if I die in this condition, my mission will remain unfulfilled. Please therefore pray to Prabhu Lord Caitanya and Vrindavan Bihar to rescue me this time. My mission is still not finished. I wish to live for a few more days. I forgot to say, this is also dated June 1st, 1967. He lived for many more days after that. I wish to live for a few more days. They're prepared to call an experienced Ayurvedic physician who treats such diseases, but I have not allowed the boys. But if necessary, if you can give me an expert physician who can travel here, we can send necessary money for his coming here, or arrange for air ticket. You can consult a man in charge, or Daka Shakti. At least I may inform you that I am inclined toward Ayurvedic treatment. You can consult the Ayurvedic physician in Vrindavan, who is a Gaudiya Vaishnava. He knows me very well. He sells my books also. 2 things are to be done, if it is possible. It is to send me proper medicines and directions. That will be nice. But if I require to return, that also I can do. Please try to reply as soon as possible in English, because my students cannot read Hindi. So long as I am in bed, it's not possible to read letters. You can treat this letter with very urgently. Consult necessary physicians and let me know what I am to do. In Mathura, there are undoubtedly many Ayurvedic physicians and many quacks also. Try to avoid the quacks. I would have returned to India immediately, but the doctors say it's risky. If need be, I shall return as soon as I get strength to take the strain of the journey. That's the end of that.
Yeah, everything's available in this world. Pakistan said there's only shortages of Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada wanted qualified doctors, and another thing that the qualified devotees can offer, and they can ordinarily cure all diseases, is because by giving spiritual knowledge you cure the soul. Spiritual knowledge, spiritual understanding, and the soul. When the soul is healthy, then the body naturally becomes healthy. Regarding proper medicines, and my time is not up, I need more help. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he used to say that in our village there are plenty of good medicines. Medicines are important. Janaki Pandit also says that you shouldn't live in a place where there's not a qualified doctor, where there's not water, where there's not a qualified astrologer, where there's not good medicines. So, we don't just throw our hands up to destiny and blindly say, well, it's Krishna's mercy, Prabhu, and car accident takes us out, or something like that. We apply ourselves to get the proper advice, proper guidance, proper support, and ordinarily we can cure everything. And the astrologer also can tell us the time, where it's come from, what's the cause of it, because it could be coming from a previous life. And so there's different things that we should consult in order to keep body and soul together. As Krishna Kirtan, he related to me, he asked Praladananda Swami, the Minister for Health, how long should I endure all of these things which I have to do in order to maintain my body? And the answer was, as long as you can continue to chant Hare Krishna, keep the body and soul together so you can continue to chant Hare Krishna. So there has to be a proper goal, proper motivation, proper support, proper medication, proper understanding. Any other points or questions? Comments? Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Caritamrita ki jai.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare। इस महामंत्र के कीर्तन से उत्पन्न हुई अप्राकृत प्रतिध्वनि हमारी अप्राकृत चेतना को जागने के लिए अत्युत्कृष्ट विधि है। जीवात्मा के रूप से हम सभी कृष्णा भावनाश्रित है, परंतु अनादि काल से जड़ पदार्थ की संपर्क में रहने का कारण हमारी चेतना भौतिक वातावरण द्वारा अशुद्ध हो गई है। इस भौतिक वातावरण को माया कहते हैं। माया का अर्थ है वो जो नहीं है। अब हमें देखना है कि यह माया किस प्रकार की है। माया ये है कि हम सभी भौतिक प्रकृति पर स्थापित करना चाहते हैं, जबकि वास्तव में हम सभी अपूर्व रूप से उसके कठोर नियम की जकड़ में है। जब एक नौकर अपने सर्वशक्तिमान स्वामी को नकल करना चाहता है तो ये माया का प्रभाव है। इस भौतिक प्रकृति के भंडार का उपयोग करने के लिए सतत समशील है, परंतु वास्तव में हम उसकी जटिलता में अधिक से अधिक आबद्ध होते चले जा रहे हैं। कृष्णा भावना मस्तिष्क पर बनावटी दबाव नहीं है। ये चेतनता, ये भावना जीवात्मा की स्वाभाविक प्रारंभिक शक्ति है। जब इस मंत्र के कीर्तन से उत्पन्न अपराकित प्रतिध्वनि को सुनते हैं तो हमारी ये चेतनता सुप्तावस्था छोड़कर जगती है। कलियुग के लिए ध्यान की ये सरलतम विधि है, फलदायक मानी गई है। अपने व्यक्तिगत अनुभव से भी कोई जान सकता है कि महामंत्र के कीर्तन से आध्यात्मिक स्तर से अति हुई अपराकित भावोन्माद की अनुभूति होती है। आरंभ में सभी प्रकार की अपराकित भावोन्माद की स्थिति नहीं हो सकती है। भगवान के शब्द शुद्ध भक्त द्वारा गया, भगवान की शुद्ध भक्त द्वारा गया जाता है तो सुनने वाली पर इसका बड़ा प्रभाव बढ़ता है। अतः तात्कालिक परिणाम के लिए इसे प्रभु के पवित्र भक्त से सुनना चाहिए। जो भगवान के भक्त नहीं है उनके मुख से कीर्तन नहीं सुनना चाहिए। दूध जैसे जहरील सर्प छू दिया है तो विषैला हो जाता है। शब्द हरा द्वारा प्रभु की शक्ति को संबंधित किया जाता है। कृष्ण एवं राम शब्दों से संग प्रभु को संबंधित किया जाता है। कृष्ण एवं राम परम आनंद है और हरा प्रभु की परम आनंदमयी शक्ति है। प्रभु की ये आनंदमयी शक्ति हमें उनके पास ले जाने में सहायक होती है। भौतिक शक्ति माया भी प्रभु की विविध शक्तियों में से एक है। हम जीवधारी भी प्रभु की तटस्था शक्ति है। जीवात्मा भौतिक शक्ति से विशिष्ट होते हैं। पराशक्ति का अपराशक्ति से संपर्क निरुद्ध परिस्थिति उत्पन्न करता है, परंतु पराशक्ति का तथा तटस्था शक्ति का संयोग प्रसन्नतापूर्ण सामान्य परिस्थिति उत्पन्न करता है। हरा, कृष्ण, संग, राम, ये तीन शब्द महामंत्र के अपराकित बीज मंत्र है। कीर्तन प्रभु तथा उनकी शक्ति और बद्ध आत्मा की हरा, कृष्ण एवं राम, ये तीन शब्द महामंत्र के अपराकित बीज मंत्र है। कीर्तन प्रभु तथा उनकी शक्ति को बद्ध आत्मा की रक्षा करने के लिए एक आध्यात्मिक पुकार है। कीर्तन उस बच्चे को रोदन जैसा है जो अपनी माँ की उपस्थिति चाहता है। माता हर भक्तों को पिता भगवान के पास ले जाती है और तब प्रभु श्रद्धा एवं विश्वास के साथ कीर्तन करने वाले भक्त को सम्मुख स्वयं उपस्थित होते हैं।
गोपीजन बल्लभ गिरिवरधार यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन जमुना तीर वनचारि। This small song you can practice the tune I can give you. Jaya Ram